Oh boy. Almost on time today. Neat. Water. Water is good. This music seems louder than when I had it on the other day. Yeah, guess I'll just deal with it. Not a bad thing necessarily. Alright. So, I have this guy here. And I've duplicated it again, so whatever I ended up with last time is safe. And I can mess with this however I desire. Now, I've come up with a series of... Yeah, we'll use this for now. So, I have a list of things that I want to change about him. Not major overhauls, but these fins. What in the hell? Oh. Alright. These fur tufts do not look like fur. They look like scales or fins. That's not what we want. We don't want that. So we're going to add little fur tufts. We are also going to be doing, so that's the main thing I had going on. We're also gonna be, so that's number one. Few extra details. Extra deets. We also are gonna do the new line work. And then creating flash highlights. So that's the plan. Thus far, anyhow. Yeah, that's probably not how you spell itinerary. Anyway, it'll be fine though. So the easiest way to start doing something is to just start doing it. These were an example from last time, so we're just gonna ditch those. However, gonna come over to our line work. And we're gonna experiment with the program a little bit because there's gotta be a way to just like change the color scheme of an entire layer, right? So if we copy line work, that's fine. Come on. And we merge the group. Make that go away. Copy of line work. Alright. Somewhere in here, in the many menus that you guys unfortunately can't see because of the way the capture is set up, there's got to be a way to be like, change color to mono and make everything like black. Like, transform? No. Maybe we just like select opaque. Alright. This is getting weird. Oh, this is gonna be weird. I like reset this maybe. Back to 50. Yeah, that's good enough. And then I guess we just go for it, yeah? Let's start with some black line work. Then we can like adjust it, I suppose. Ah, flashbang. All right, here we go. Let's see how this turns out. Alright. Alright, machine. Oh, no. Select. Undo deselect. There we go. Missed some bits. Alright, now deselect. Alright, we're learning. Let's see how that turned out. That could be worse. Honestly, that could have been a lot worse. I think that looks pretty okay. But now we gotta change stuff anyway. We'll go back to our 40-ish. So what I would actually really like to do is I would like the outside line work to be like just a shade off of what's going on here. In fact, along these like shaggy segments, I think I would like it to be the same as our like coffee colored segments here. But we have some adjustments to make as is. But fortunately, we have the ability to kind of do it. So let's do it. First of all, this... Actually, no, that's not how I had that set up, was it? It was, you? Yeah, you. Actually need to erase like that much. And now that our contrast is a lot better, we're seeing a lot more of our setup here. That's fine. Little roundness is a-okay. A-okay. I might need to lower this music a touch. In stream, we're just gonna bump it down to like 90%. And maybe 80. $75. There we go. You just want a hint of it. I'm not sure why that changed so drastically. Still loud as shit for me, but hopefully I'm not drowned out on your end. We kind of want that connective fluff there. Lot of detail work today. I would rather have the red bleed over into the cream than the other way around. Because the red is supposed to be overlaid. So if it looks a little mussy, that's fine. We want him to be kind of mussy. He's doing his best. A little less talony on that. I think a lot of that's fine otherwise. Whoop, not the line work. Not the line work. Ah, undo. I've screwed things up kind of royally. Get our setup back go here. Alright. Back in the line work, I never did get around to touching that up. That'll do. Well, we gotta erase something in the red as well. This was supposed to not be there. While we're at it, let's streamline this tail just a touch. We'll just go woo. Alright. That'll do. That'll do nicely. Okay. I think that's well enough. Let's work on kind of redetailing this. Call you line work B. Fantastic. As for you, we're just gonna start erasing stuff all willy-nilly. Well, maybe what we do instead. I got an idea. We want to be redoing just the main on this, so what we're gonna do, gonna very carefully undo. Copy of line work. Just gonna very carefully separate out everything that's not part of the main. He says, immediately erasing bits of the main. You know, it occurs to me, I have all these segments. I could just have copied them instead. Son of a bitch. Alright. Line work A. Alright, I need... Oh, that's down there. Let's start with the main. That's what we want to do. So we copy you. Let me move you here. Now you go away, you come back. Did I do the whole head? Ah, I did the whole head as a group. Alright, that's fine. Now we can come in and just, like, erase this. What the hell is the problem? Because you're a group. Alright. Tell you what. That's fine. I don't need the eyebrows right now. Or that. Or that. I need that. Alright. Figured out what we were doing wrong. I say we. 'Twas I. 'Twas I who was wrong. So, I'm gonna want actually 2 copies of this. 2 more copies of this. And I'll tell you why. Because I'm gonna be lazy about something here while I test some things out. So, what we're gonna do is we're gonna select our opaque again. And we're gonna down to this layer. We're gonna start with like a purple. I just want to see this color. Nah, need it darker than that. I need it like up here. There we go. All right. And we go to the next one, and we're in the same selection, but now we're gonna go to like kind of a brighter purple, but we're gonna darken it even more. More saturated, I guess. Then we're gonna go and over as a shock. It's gonna be real bright over here. Well, maybe we bring it in something like that. And then we'll make another copy because I can. That copy will bear this color. Alright. Now we can kind of change these colors around however we like, layer-wise. But I'm okay with this being where it's at right now. Because, well, technically I think I want to invert them. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1. Alright. Oh. That machine line work is getting crazier and crazier as time goes on. We don't want to use that trick too much. But we're gonna select our opaque again. And we're gonna, like, there's a way to scale it? I want it to be like 3 more pixels out. Okay. That should help us to deal with the, that growing coloration problem. The 3 pixels might be too much. We can always manually shave it back. Oh, sorry, I haven't looked over at the chat in a while. Sorry, man, didn't mean to spook you. Thanks for coming around. Alright. Let's move to our fuzzier eraser here. We're gonna make it real big. We're just gonna kinda make it even bigger than that. We're just gonna play around with these colors. Why are you not erasing? No, you are erasing. The colors are just very similar. Maybe we just go to regular. Yeah, we'll keep the fuzzy. But that bright's not doing my eyes any favors right now, so I'm gonna throw the black canvas on. And we'll just continue to prototype this for a little while. Go to the next layer down. And the next layer down. Nah, I don't care for that at all. Alright. Reselect, re-enlarge. Gonna go back to our regular type of eraser. Black screen again. And we're gonna just try that again with more defined lines. No. We're just gonna do it here. Oop. Just a prototype. And then I can come in with the fuzzy and kind of blur that later. I think that'll work best. Alright. Let's do it. Ah. Not draw. Erase. Alright. What do I have for you today? A lot of detail work. A lot of detail work that's going to result in me not paying as much attention to the chat as I would like. Or likely you guys would like. I'm less in love with that gradation than I thought I would be. Huh. Might be longer stretches of me sitting here, silent in thought as well. Not the most entertaining. I want it to look like the fur is getting charged as it goes back. But I'm kind of not succeeding at that, like even remotely. Thinking I might abandon this line of thinking. I haven't even done all of my detail work yet. I think I'll do that before I start doing weird stuff with the lines. I also feel like I need another copy of the canvas. But this one needs to be like a gray so that I can not flashbang myself every time I swap to it. Yeah, that'll do. Alpha lock, let's leave a color specifically that layer. The ability of color coding layers. Found out you could change the theme like how you have it. Yeah? Brain growth every day. Yeah, man. Life is a classroom. Always liked that saying. Alright, let's, alpha lock, you say? Where that would be. Yeah, the only trick I've picked up is to select opaque for the layer I'm on. I can do that and then recolor that, but it leaves a weird line-ish thing, so you gotta also like expand it by a half a pixel almost, by a pixel or something. Otherwise you get these weird mid-colored lines, like outplaying everything. Just once is whatever, but starts to get kind of weird the more you do it. I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Multiplicity, where a guy discovers how to clone himself, and then that clone discovers how to clone itself, and it does that several times, but each clone gets weirder and weirder each time. It's that. I don't need to select that right now, though. Deselect. What we're gonna do is we're gonna take our line work, and we're just gonna add some tufts of fur. Once you're on that layer, right next to my eraser. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. So, what you're saying... Hold up. Hold up. He's beginning to believe. Let's unlock that real quick so we can mess with it. If I had green... Go across my line work. That's gray. Whatever. But I only wanted to erase that. I could go to my eraser, alpha lock. Now I'm only I may have misunderstood. Oh, I get it. I get it. Hold up. Hold up. No. Ah, all right. I'm not the fastest rabbit, but I'll catch up. But I'll get there. Thank you. That's a great tip. Great tip. That's gonna make things way easier than what I was doing. Oh man. Oh, okay. Yeah. Shit, yeah, let's do this now. And the music upbeats to the revelation. It's like the universe wants it to happen. Alright. So part of what we're doing here. At the very beginning, I put down an itinerary. We're doing details. We're doing the line work. Same thing, basically. And then we're gonna do shading and highlighting last. Well, there might be another stage on that because I want to do like the electrical effects, but my biggest complaint on extra details is that these look like scales or fins and not like tufts of fur. So that's what I'm gonna add some fuzziness to. Just a real easy, like barely an inconvenience. Is on our new layer. What is this? I don't know why I made another copy of that. Probably don't need it. Ah! Oh, that's why I made another copy of that. It was an accident. What we want is a new layer. Alright. Easiest way I know of to make something look like it's shaggy and fuzzy is to just kind of like first of all, black. There we go. Ah! What have I done? Why is everything purple? Oh no. I done screwed up. Somewhere along the way. Oh, that's what that copy is. Beyond thought. Alright. And I still have the alpha lock on. That's probably not. Yeah, that's probably. Thank you. Am I blue? Okay, so we're gonna take our black and we're gonna just come over here and say make some tuftiness, extra strands coming off of here, and they can, yeah. There we go. There we go. About time. Honestly, we just let that one be kind of like in the fur. I dig it. don't want it to go entirely against the grain of the spin, but our boy Snarlo had fur going kind of every which way. So I'm okay with some of it standing like 30 to 45 degree angles. And maybe we'll let this one do pretty much the same. Finish your daily doodling. Try to draw something once a day since it came across me. Oh, that's great. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, the human body is weird, man. I hands. I get it. Everyone says hands and feet are real weird. Hands and feet are real weird. I look at my hands. I'm like, what's the joke? Do fingers fing? It's like when you become aware of the muscle movements of your tongue. It's like I don't necessarily know this. And yeah, you're absolutely right. Just even if you're not like super happy with your outcome, you've gotten some practice in at it, and you can take a look back at it and see what you didn't like and try it again. And the more you do it, the better you get at it, supposedly. I haven't hit that yet, but uh I'm told that's how it works. Practice makes perfect. Of course, there's the corollary that, perfect practice is what makes perfect, but, meh. Even imperfect practice has something you can learn from. Yeah, I don't know if I could reasonably show any of my first drawings from years back. They're on like a hard drive. I'd have to track it down. Maybe I'll put it up at the start of the next time I stream before I do whatever that is. It's probably not going to be drawing. I think I might use this as an excuse to do some grinding in Monster Hunter or something at some point, but I don't mind sharing a few previous art escapades. One of my first projects with this was kind of a character fusion profile, which is a sort of subgenre that I'm really into, where you take two characters and you mash them together to try and make something reasonable out of them. And it was a it was the Green Mighty Morphin Power Ranger plus Artorias of the Abyss, and man, it's not great. But I also didn't get to a shading stage, and like the shield, the golden shield of the Power Ranger mixed with like the cloak and the chest armor of Artorias just kind of ended up looking like Piccolo's cape. And without the shading, the whole spandex bodysuit just ended up looking like his crotch was around his knees. It wasn't ideal. And combining the dragon flute knife with the big two-handed sword was cool, but I'm pretty sure it's crooked. And it's all trace work, but it's pretty neat. You're right, that's what it is. It's a case study on in human biology. That's what it is. Which it kind of is. I do have sort of in the vein of that, like, character fusion thing. That's what my Monster Hunter, like, art project is gonna be about. It's gonna be, like, hybridizations of monsters is the concept. Like mules, but big ol' wyverns. And sea serpents and shit mashed together that shoot lightning. It'll be fine, maybe. Oh, that's a little heavy. Another bit of advice I would offer, not that it's super useful, is don't worry too much about, like, making your own style to, like as a goal. Just, that'll come naturally. As I understand it, as you figure out what you're good at and what you like doing. Name of the brush I use for blending. I don't really do a lot of blending. I've tried in the past. Usually what I do is some kind of silly nonsense. Let's do an example here. Let me make a paint layer here. Say I want to get this green and, like, what I usually do is I do a gradient instead of blending. So I'll get these two together, and then I'll use my fuzzy eraser. And I'll come in and I'll just, like, touch up in between them. Oop, fuzzy eraser, and I'll just... Oh dear, that's too big. I'll just kind of, like, touch in between. It's not a great process. Otherwise, I think there's a brush in here that I used. I forget what it was called. And the icons have changed since I last used this quite a bit. Let's mash these two together for the sake of it. What on earth was that? Yeah, all these icons are different from the last time I've used this. I use sparkles, stamps, textures. Filter blur, was this it? Yeah, I guess that's what I do mostly, is I filter blur to kind of make the pixels in between super fuzzy. We look at it real close. That's kind of what ends up happening. You can sort of push them around how you will. This sounds familiar. Basic wet soft. Turn on the alpha lock so it can blend just those colors. Well, let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot. Let's say we want to blend this purple. Whoop. I appreciate you sharing your own experience on this program with me, because I'm kind of a brute force fella. I'm an unga bunga, make it happen kind of guy. Basic wet soft. That's pencil. Rock soft. Wet bristle rough. Wet bristle. Should have a search bar somewhere. Yeah, mine's pretty basic. Tag. I haven't done a lot of changing on this one. Let's search by tag. What are you? Oh dear. Okay. I might not have the resource bundle you have as well. That's always possible. Basic round. Wet paint. Details. Yeah, let's just try wet paint. So, turn on the alpha lock so you can blend just those colors. Turn on the alpha lock and we'll, Oh. Oh no, I've found another menu. We're just gonna leave that on normal, so... Oh. I guess that is basically between the two. Well, no, that's just it. End up being soft into heavy. I can see Oh, yeah, if you just do like the fringe of it, I suppose. Yeah, I'd have to see if I could find that. I appreciate you. Water spread wide. Color texture. What's this? Blender texture. That doesn't sound like a thing. Oh, that's not helpful either. We're learning. Pixel dithering, pixel fill. Extra normal map. What the fresh hell is that? Ugh, what the? How are you taking my blue and making purple? Gray. Oh, that's an interesting one. That's a neat trick, if nothing else. I'm not sure how I'd use that. Menu with brushes. Oh. Oh. What is happening? I'm scared. Create a 4 default, create a 3 default. I have no idea what's going on. I think I'm disabling packs? Or enabling them? They're not, it's not the best UI in the world for that. That seemed to add more. That seemed to be there. Alright. Let's see what we got. I can favorite them. Gotta right click on them or? Switch to the mouse for this. Huh. Whoa, there's way more than before. Smudge block. That's pretty alright, that's something. Have to hold my hand at some kind of weird angles, but that's getting somewhere. Don't mind that at all. Smudge soft. That is more like what I remember using. So if we want to get rid of these pixels, we just kind of like smear it together. Alright. turn our alpha off and just kind of random pixels. Okay. Oh no, we're having fun. Can't be doing that. I remember this one. I remember this. This was how I cheated with my highlights. And you could play with the opacity and get some action going on that way. Yeah, I think I see that. It's sign tag. Yeah. My favorites. There we go. Yeah. Alright. And then I could go to my favorites. And it has a bunch. Alright. Alright. I see how it is. I'm going to spend some time on my own going through and experimenting with that stuff. And favoriting the things I like. I appreciate that. That is a game changer. But for now, gonna get back at it. Oh yeah, yeah, that one, I remember using that quite a bit for some things. I'm gonna it's very good for lighting effects. Because it takes a lot of the guesswork out of it. This one's slightly different. Yeah, this one's more like splotchy. So you can do stuff like make a layer underneath and have this one be a lot splotchier and keep that outside ring. No, I just realized I may have made a terrible mistake. Okay. Alright, now we're good. Why did I copy those? I think I was just... Alright, no, I know what I was doing. I was being a silly Billy. I misclicked. Alright. Back to details as they were. Just gonna... Whoop. Black and white. Yeah, picking up a few tricks to skip out on redoing the line work all by hand really helped. I mean, would it actually be better if I had, like, made all of these loops by hand? Probably. But that also likely would have added an hour or so to the project as was, and I mean, that's fine. It's been fun. But I do have other things in my life going on, arguably. So, you know, dishes still gotta get washed. Laundry still gotta get done. Life moves on whether we want it to or not. Okay. Hey, I appreciate you showing up, Pippa. Lurking is always welcome, you know. A lot of people are like, if people aren't actually engaging, why are they here? I don't care, man. It's a good time. Just live in the moment. Second monitor is kind of where I sit in the flow of things. Alright. Damn it. There we go. I think maybe we'll let that one be like, or poking up out the back. Same with that one. Alright, up and over. Flats. Alpha off. That is a real game changer for swapping out colors. I tell you what. That's a bit much. Give it the old shoop. And a little de-whoop. Little imperfect line work will do just fine. Don't really have a problem with that. Line decoloration anyway. Some gaps in that's always nice. A lot of my lines are a little thicker than I might care for. Act while we're doing line work. There. Still a little wibbledy, but I don't hate that. Alrighty. Where was my baseline work? Was it you? Yes. Alright. Get rid of that. Oh. Maybe if we erase instead of paint over, it'll make more sense later. Alright. Alright, there we go. Hopefully that adds to the wispiness of things. Wisp. Whoop. Maybe we want this to kind of... Yeah. That'll do. Damn. What was that? Individual pixel view. Alright. Keep that in mind for later. Well, that was spooky. Apparently, my stream went out for a second. That's not great. Talkateers, hi, how you doing? Welcome to the small show. Here we just kind of chill while I do whatever I feel like. That said, I'm not entirely opposed to the concept of chocolate. Does I have 0 dropped frames, but apparently I had to deconnect and reconnect. Sup to you as well. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Here we just kinda do whatever I feel like. Lately that has been drawing. Once I finish this project, it'll be grinding away at various video games, in the future. Cool drawing? Yeah, I mean, I like where it's at now. I like it better than I thought I would. I mean, it's taken me a total of like 15 hours to do what someone who actually knows what they're doing, like 4, but that's not gonna get in my way of doing it. Really? I did that again? Missed another spot? Missed another spot. So, what we're doing here is we're sort of imagining a final evolution to the new fire starter Pokemon that was announced last week or so. Yeah, I know. I'm not. The title of the stream is facetious. It's me draw good because me am caveman. Me smear blood on wall. Call painting. Who gonna argue? Thog? Thog no argue. Thog is dumb. So, what we're imagining here is a sort of electric fire final to our friendly little friend up here. Once I finish off these kind of tufts of fur and get the line work a little touched up, like I might remove some of these deeper cheek sections, I'm gonna do some highlighting and some shading, and then I'm gonna add like an electrical effect arcing between the tufts of fur. The whole idea is that we're going with a Tibetan Mastiff mid-swing here. Eventually I would like to do one that's more calmed down, where these fur bits that arc off with the static electricity are curled downward. Same on the tail, or it like curls back up into a ball. Kind of like this fella here. Bit thicker, a bit longer. I see where you're coming from. This front one looks weirder because it's supposed to be kind of outstretched. And if they look short, it's because this breed of dog that I was working from is a very fuzzy guy. And the torso fur in particular tends to make their legs look a lot shorter, because like you got this sort of where the quote-unquote elbow or knee of a dog is, and it looks even with the belly, so that's kind of what I was aiming for. I see where you're coming from with the more colors, but one design aspect of Pokemon that you see a lot is that there's like 2 main colors and maybe 2 tertiary, like or secondary types of colors. So I'm trying to keep that simple, and we've already taken our kind of red from the minor feature of Ponbon and stretched out to the main body to imply fire, and our kind of cream color, and or his main body color, to act as details. And we've added in blue, which works for both the electrical and the fire, and they kind of look like burners. We got hairs standing on end. That's the concept anyhow. So it should pop a lot more once I get some shading in to make it look a little more put together. You know, you don't want to necessarily overcomplicate a critter design, because there's a lot of newer Pokemon I feel just kind of go a little far. Like, I really like the skull crocodile fire guy from the last set of games. It's neat, but there's a lot going on. How long does the last 2 sessions of this were about 5 hours each. It's been about an hour 45 on this one. There was some screwing about though. Somebody chimed in earlier and helped me learn a little bit more about this specific program that I'm using. So I've learned a little bit more about how to use certain brushes. They've been on kind of a journey with me on that. Once again, I'm an unga bunga sort of man, so I find a paintbrush, I use a paintbrush, and this fella took me on a journey of discovery on how to do things. The Prometheus for me, if you will. So not 15 hours, but if this one goes on to be about 5 hours long, I'll have spent roughly, I don't know, 14, 15 hours on it, because I'm not great. Yeah, I know. I'm not under a deadline. I'm my own boss. You know, the journey is the destination. Besides, for brand new character concept, moving into like literally tracing line work to like I'll be real honest, the first like 3 hours of this was me tracing this guy twice, deleting that, and then like stretching stuff out. And a lot of the first session, like the last half of it, the last 2 hours of it, I threw away a lot of that work because it wasn't working. It had gotten too busy. I didn't like where the design was at. There were a lot of spikes and triangles, and the mouth was too snarly. It wasn't quite friend-shaped enough for a Pokemon design. I think I'm a lot closer to that now. Now he looks less like he's an angry demon and more like a laughing Oni. Or, what's the monkey tiger? It brought bad dreams and storms, the new. Are there any other bits I've missed on the project thus far? I don't think so. Let's clean up some of these. Alrighty. I think that's a decent enough place. We're gonna save. Why I don't draw on paper? Because I'm bad. If I didn't have a computer to assist me, it would be like a total mess. I wouldn't be able to correct any of the mistakes I've done. So that's why I don't use it. Okie dokie. Let's maybe thin some of this out here while we're at it. Well, I could switch to pen and paper, and I could buy erasable markers, or I can use what the tools I already have in my hands that I've gotten for free from friends and family and people online, and I can just continue doing what I'm doing, and it'll be great. So I think I'm gonna do that instead. Yeah, whatever. Good enough. I appreciate you popping in, though. Like, there's a lot of stuff I don't know, because I'm very much a beginner at this. What I was popping off with before was largely academic asterisk, armchair academic type of knowledge. No, I get you, and I understand why a lot of people who do this a lot more often or professionally or just like as a larger part of a hobby or a more specific hobby are into that. But I described it last time I was streaming to somebody as if you're familiar with the show Futurama, there's an episode where our erstwhile main character is trying to woo his lady friend, so he picks up a skill with an instrument, but he's bad at it. There's something in him that he wants to get, but he can't do it. His teacher refers to the condition he has as stupid fingers. You know, he's got something in his brain that he wants to get out, but the limitations of his flesh bind him, as it were. And he ends up, like, making a deal with the devil to get robot hands, and the robot hands, like, do exactly what his brain wants him to do. I think that's kind of what the machine here is for me. The drawing pad with the art program is it makes up for my stupid fingers. And it minimizes the overall cost of going into things. Alright. Have I saved? I think I saved. It'll be fine. We'll save again. Save early, save often. Alright, we can get into shading now. Alright, have a good one. Rest well. Be well. If you're on the road, safe travels. All the good stuff, none of the bad. Alrighty. So, my cheat mode shading method was you take a dark color, very dark color, not quite black, but very much almost black. Make it more of a purple. And we'll get in on it. So, in our itinerary, we'll first off, we'll just make a splotch of that. And then we'll come over here. We'll say our light is here, but if the behind the head is 1, then we'll say we are plus 1 from behind the head, so just in front of the head. Alright. Shading. No, we don't need to redo that. Okay. So, gonna be like, kind of that-ish. Also between the fur. Between the fur. Yeah, that was a bit much. We'll do, say, there. Alright. Also gonna have a under the leg here. And kind of chestular area. All of this underbelly. That's all gonna be shaded. That's all gonna be shaded, except maybe... Yeah, we'll carve it out if we don't like it. Like, all of that, that's all gotta be dark, because the mane is covering it up. Like, most of the leg, actually. Because all of that's also kind of behind the body. And like, between there... Well, gonna let it scoop down a bit. That's gonna be all buzzed out. And kind of a this action. Yeah, kind of a that action. I think that's pretty alright. As for the face, I think I might try to shade that separately, but screw it. This whole mouth. Well, maybe not the front teeth. Maybe not the front of these teeth. We're just gonna kind of blurb it out. Then we want like the underside of that. And the inside of this fella. That for sure. And to the undercurve of you. While we're at it, we'll just shade in the rest of this. We have some big splotchy here. And under the nose, under the nose, for this whole half of the nose. Yeah, let's go with like this whole half of the face. Alright. That looks atrocious. Eh. Alright. We're doing detail work we don't need to do. Alright, and then this layer pops down to 25. And we make a new layer. And we say that like this whole section's also going to be kind of shaded. But less shaded. We got this whole underbody. Dark. Up and over. I think I may need to do the opposite of all that, actually. I think maybe we got lighting just on, well, maybe this one almost entirely. Then get some lighting and a there-ish. Alright. And we'll just sweep up kind of the middle of it. That seems almost like how light works. Alright. I missed doing some stuff up here, I think. It'll be fine, maybe. Just go back and do it now. And we can go a little closer to correct on that. There we go. Okay. A little bit here. Maybe that whole tuft. Little under there. Honestly, maybe this whole thing needed to be shaded in. Yeah, the whole thing needed to be shaded in. Alright, that's for you. Let's make this area darker as well. Be like, hey, it's extra hidden behind what's going on with the head. Alright, then we bring that opacity down 25-ish. Big splotchy detail work time. Carving away. Carving away. Oh boy, it's been almost 2.5 hours since I've had a drink. That is unideal. Thankfully, I got this big old tankard of water and a big old jug of water underneath it. I can replenish. Actually. Oh no, what have I done? I've messed up my brushes. That's fine. That's also fine. Okay. Let's do some of this action going on. And about that. Looks like I got some shading underneath those I'd completely forgotten about. That'll do. Alright. I'm back at it. Alrighty. Alrighty. Whoop. I think I missed some. Here we go. We'll just add a little extra. Shade down here. A little extra shade on that. Oh boy. Now to erasing 2 layers at a time. Oh, I gotta readjust my chair here. Stabbing me underneath. underneath my shoulder blade. That's no good. Correct my posture. Oh no! Accidental microphone bump. My apologies. Oh dear. Scratchy throat. Apologize for that. Yeah, it was not intentional. I'm not purposefully looking to make gross sounds for y'all. Alright, I think we've made the circuit. Let's touch up these details now. No, I said I wanted some shading on that, but I think we'll just create a whole new layer for the hair for the most part. Whole new layer group even. We'll just start that over. Yeah, that looks okay. That looks okay. There we go. I like that. I like that much better. We'll just... I'll leave that alone for now. That'll also do. Oh, man. I think it's time to do another layer. Just for our outstretched bit. So, gonna go bit here. Bit here. Bit there. We'll kind of take some of that out. Some of that. Little shading betwixt the toes. Shading under the fur. Little on the outside of the leg. We'll Bring you down to like 12. And we'll pop a new layer down. And we'll get like an inside curvature of the claw, or underside curvature of the claw. One's a little different, it's more forward facing. And I think I would like to get this whole like side shaded. Just a little bit though. And we'll do that just to imply an elbow-ish joint, whatever it is on dogs. We're going to move you also down to like 12 so that the overlap is darker. But everything else kind of matches. See? I almost know what I'm doing. That's what makes me dangerous. Clean that up. And that's... There. There. That little overlap's fine. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. So, we're gonna save that now that we've done our shading. And then... gonna come up to our itinerary, because I will be right back. I gotta bile. Gotta take a wicked yes. Be back in mere moments. Enjoy the tunes while you wait. Oh boy. Get out of here, Cable. Off I go. Don't find me running away. Oh boy. What was that? Minute-ish? Less than? Nothing to worry about. Okay. Let's get after it. First things first. No bio. Bio done. Next thing. What the hell is this? I don't fucking know. In here now. Alright, highlights. So for highlights, we're gonna do kind of the opposite. We're gonna get like an almost white color. We're gonna make it warm. Warmer, anyway. I think that'll do. Oh, first off, little experimentation. What does orange on blue look like when we're down at our 25? Not great. I think we'll probably need to be more like a 75 on highlights. Perhaps we bust into our other pens. The hell is that? Quick circle huge? No. What's this? Quick circle layout? Huh. Alright. Good to know. Good to know I can just make a circle. There we go. Yeah, something like that'll do, but much smaller. Like, there you go. So we're gonna get kind of a shine on the nose. Maybe the edge of the teeth here. Yeah. Don't really need that. You like the one on the nose though. Go to the claws. Just give it a little. Kinda. I like it, but the color's wrong. I'm getting too close to that cream color. Let's try something silly. Let's try like a very mint green. Very light green. I think we could probably get our opacity on that down. Get that exactly where we want it to be. Also kind of implies a sort of internal glow. Alright, let's see how that looks. That's pretty alright. I don't hate that. I don't hate that at all. Can we maybe add that to our fangs as well? It's already kind of that color. It's kind of a blue, so it's not really going to add a lot. If we add that to our, like, our kind of fur here. Yeah. We just get a little highlighting going on. Nah. Don't worry about that. Just a little... Make that, like, much bigger, maybe? Okay. And add kind of the outer curve of that. Alright. I think I got something going on here. It kind of looks like the curve continues down there. Also, probably want lighting going on across this to be like, hey, this is in the light, you know? I think despite that being in the shadows, we can do kind of the same thing. Like we bring the opacity down. Yeah, I'm like 75%. Alright, well, aside from tidying up some of the overspill, I don't hate that. I could work with it. So, let's tidy up the overspill. To that end, we're gonna get our black background. No, we're not. That didn't help much at all. Oh, well, it helps more than not. That's not what we want to do. Mainly just looking to get these back in the lines. The outside of it's not the end of the world. Well, might help if I'm actually erasing the correct thing, right? Just a little bit. Just help a little bit. Okay. I think we're in the neighborhood of where we want to be. I did forget some shading. Wanted to get in here. I wanted to do these more manually. A little more granular control over this. Alright. I think that's pretty okay. Oh, no, there was another shading layer I wanted to do. Wanted to catch this out as well, kinda. Wanted to get it like that. Oh, alright. Let's see. Pippa! Piplay. Piplay? Pippa. I've been calling you Pippa. Pip! Alright. Yeah, let's see where we've gotten. I've gotten most of the shading close enough to what I want. And I've put some highlights on. This is very much not the Pokemon style, as you may be able to tell, but, this is as close as I think I can get to not looking complete dog water. I'm just kind of adding some extra shading here and there at the moment. artificial depth by layering some dark opaque stuff over it. Yeah, so I mean, you can always go back and watch it, but my quick tutorial on this is well, let's just add a few layers here. Take your dark color and you go, well, let's go over to this fella here. And you just blotch it on there. And you go down to, say, 1/4 opacity. And look, he's shaded. Well, wait, there's more. This area needs to be darker. And you bring that down to 25% opacity-ish. Now that area is darker. But wait, now we need the very bit behind there to be even darker. And you bring that down to 25% opacity. And then you can just cut away. And cut away. And voila, now there's shading in that sort of zone. It's quick and dirty, but it does the job, and you don't have to specifically pick out new colors. That's some shorthand I learned by watching somebody else, and I think it works pretty okay. Gone. Alright. In fact, even just that one layer looks like it kind of fits there. But it's supposed to be a little more forward-facing, so... regardless, I think now it's time for the electrical effects. So that it doesn't just look like a big lion dragon dog thing. It can look like a big lion dragon dog thing that's shooting electricity. This is going to require some weird layer work, though. I don't know if I'm going to be able to 100% pull it off. But what I can do, we can do a new layer group with a new layer. We'll just call you Elic A. Why not? As good as any other name. Well, I mean, I don't necessarily need, like, a separate device to look into it. I have it on my second monitor here, the thumbnail for the base file. It is a lot different. I would like to thin out these lines, but I mean, that's kind of getting in the weeds a little bit. That might be a future project to do, is to come back and just, like, when I'm more skilled, to come back and, like, completely redo this guy. Or maybe when they announce the actual final evolution for this fella, I'll come back and see what's going on there. Second tier of this project is going to be the relaxed version of the fella. So it'll be interesting. But I appreciate the attaboys, you know, little goes a long way. Electricity. Okay. Electricity is kind of a purplish color, generally speaking. We want something a little more vibrant. No, that's not gonna be it though. We want like that, but no, that ain't it. Want something like that, closer to blue. Will you rotate you a bit? Oh, I see what's happening. I understand how the triangle works now. This is rotation. This is that axis. That's that axis. Okay. Oh, yeah, if it turns out to be very similar, yeah. That'd be alright, I think. So, yeah, we're gonna go kind of this color, I think. And I am well out of practice with this. It's like a lot of shorter, jagged lines, and we can do something like that, but maybe more of a couple variations thereon. Get back to our size 40 brush. I'm comfortable with the size 40 brush. Close enough. Alright, man. Yep. Have a good meal. Alright, so we want like a that's a little too round. That'll do. And maybe between some of these tufts, give a little Zappo. Oh, no, we already did that one. I think that works okay. And let's come in with, say, that. Something a little closer to the blue. And grab this guy. Bring you down to... Let that double over a bit. And another new one. Gonna use this instead. Try that purple color instead, maybe. Not really feeling that. Being more of like this really dark blue. All right. Yeah, I think that's okay. Whoop. Missed out here. There we go. There we go. Okay. That's getting there. Let's throw some of these up. Along the way, huh? There we go. That feels alright. Okay, got a little more wild with it on those ones, but I think that'll be fine. Oh, no. Mistakes were made. I forgot to go down a layer. I was like, why does that not look right? Well, it doesn't look right, because it isn't right. And whoop. I want to make this a little smaller, even maybe half the size. Yeah, there you go. Alrighty. I could probably add a little more. Actually thinking, what if, just as a hypothetical, underneath all of this, we just did like that. Very dull. That actually might serve a little bit better as a highlight than the highlight does. Okay. What if we do our purple there instead? It's not really acting the way I want it to. Ew. It's not really behaving the way I want it to either. Okay. Think maybe we just... Come on now. Oh, welcome back. Think my electricity is going well. I just want to do like maybe a little more of it. On the main, the tail I kind of went wild with. Oh, missed one. Missed one. Missed one on the tail. Alright. Yeah, I'm a big fan of layering opacities on each other until they work. In this case, the brush is already kind of like very thin in that regard, so plus it doesn't like work out well when I reduce opacities on it. It just kind of disappears. That said, maybe a nice 80% on this one. Get rid of, let some of the line work show through underneath better. Yeah. I think that's pretty alright. I might want to do something similar with these lightning bolts. The core of it. Or see what it looks like underneath by one. Ah, there it is. I just got my layering wrong. There we go. That's better. Maybe we want this one kind of at 80 as well. Uh, 85-ish. Yeah. I think that's about it. Okie dokie. So basically what I did is for there's like a touch spot, which is this layer, which is where the electricity, anywhere it's touching the body, has kind of a glow around it. Well, let's gesture with something you can see easier. It has a glow kind of around that spot. And I did the line work for the main bolts, and then kind of a hazy energy around it. Now we've moved the hazy energy above. We can still see our kind of purpley core, but it's not like quite as jarring. I think that works out pretty alright. Part of me also wants to put like a puff of fire coming out the mouth just to reiterate that it is in fact fire type. We might actually play around with that for a moment. Even though I'm significantly less good with how fire is supposed to look than I am with electricity. Between the little bit of welding I've done and some electrical work not always going according to plan. I've seen my fair share of arcs. Probably more than my fair share of arcs. More than is intended at any rate. Let's try the fire then. There's no reason not to try. So what I'm thinking... Call this fire A. Because why not? And we'll save, because I'm pretty content with the electricity. So I can't lose it. Then we'll go to a bright, obnoxious color. It's not being used to prototype this. So, what I'm thinking is that we just get like a poof coming out. Have it just like flaring up. Kind of that-ish. And then I just have to make it happen. Just draw the rest of the owl. We're gonna stick to brighter oranges for this fire so I don't meld into and yellows so I don't meld into the body as much. And we're just gonna be like, whoosh, whoosh. Say there. We'll just maybe... Why miss? Why mess with success? Why mess with success? Oh, oh, oh! That feels like it works. That feels like it works. And maybe for the inside of the fire we can come back to like a reddish. And that can be... And whoop, And a blobuloid. Kind of a fiery blobuloid. Okay. To that end, let's go here. Well, let's actually mix it up. Let's mix it up. Make you even more red. And we'll break this up a little red up here. Oh, no, we'll go like another layer. We'll make that more of a yellow. How about this? Yeah. We'll do like yellow tips to the flames. There we go. That looks like a shape. That looks like a shape. Just carve away. Carve away. Alrighty. That could certainly be worse. And chip away some of this red. Alrighty. Now maybe we just see what this whole layer looks like. At say 90. There. Call it 75. We'll create a new layer underneath it. Just for like a glow. Whoop! Wrong button. I think I wanna reduce the intensity of that line work. At least the yellow line work. Yeah, like you need to be even less than the rest of it. You need to be like you need to be like 25. 26. 26 is basically 25. In fact, is better, is one more. And that could sure look better. I think it might be a little intense, but I think we'll fix it. I think we'll be able to fix it in post here. That's great. Big. Great big color. Alright. If we do like a... Whoa. Alright, my doubts are gone. Does ruin all of my shading work, but, fudge it. This has got to come down, though. I'm not best pleased with it. Maybe I just get rid of the line work. Maybe I also get rid of that. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Boom, fire. I have made fire. Let's go back to the highlights layer. And we'll take this warm color. This is gonna be too much. Okay. This is gonna be too much, but we're gonna try it anyway. $17. One more. Just add a little glow to everything. It's not accurate because there's still now shadows where there is a light source showing. But if I go back and change all that now, I'm gonna rip my jaw off my face out of madness. I think I'm gonna have to be like, yeah, that's solid. Is there anything else that need to be done? Why do I have a big green circle? Oh, it's my cursor. That's what the big green circle is. I think this might be about as done as I can get it. I think anything out from here is just like a redraw with more details and maybe some slightly different coloring. And I think a lot of that is just kind of beyond my skill set at the moment, let alone my degree of patience just now. But I think if somebody who is a little more adept with any of the eras of Pokemon drawing styles got a hold of this, they could do something pretty rad with it. And I think on my own time I might try to make that more restful state one. just to see where I'm at with it, and then I'll put up like a post on the channel of the two of them side by side. What's next? I suppose until I get another like gumption to do another art project, I'll just be like I said, doing some. Hold up. Save. I'll just be doing some grinding in some games. Little Lord knows I need more I don't know if my computer would like it, but I could try streaming Helldivers. It doesn't always like playing Helldivers smoothly, so God knows how that would go. It wouldn't be anything fun. It would just be me like grinding out super credits. But I got a little time left before I gotta get up and get dinner and get on with other things. I could say do a little background work. Nothing like crazy, but say we go up here and we make a new group. We could do some simple splotch work here. We could go, you know, get a, you know, like that color going on. Nope, what's going on? There we go. Like, oh. Yeah. Create another layer behind that one. And go for a much lighter shade. We'll just blobulon out behind that. Might want to make that a little darker. I think by darker I mean we'll futz with the opacity. Cool. Save. Then, now that we've saved, we can do something a little scary. We can crop whole image. We'll just go this guy. Crop. Oh dear. That's not quite what I wanted to do either. There we go. That'll do. Crop. We can then... Actually, you know what? We can do better than that. We can just go back to the start. We can... Just a couple of pixels. Nope, just a couple of pixels. Just a couple of pixels. And crop. There we go. Then we file. And we export. Export as... Oh, you can see my cursor, but not my deal here. God, I wish I remembered my file extensions better. JPEG or PNG? I always forgot which one of those was the larger of the two, or the more... We'll JPEG it. Who cares? JPEG. Yes. Whatever any of that means. Alright, and just like that, I have an image. Cool, cool. Oh boy. So, let's undo all of our cropping here. That's fine. And... let's bring back our reference boys. That one, yeah, alright. This was more or less the body I worked from. Mission accomplished, I suppose. More or less. Alright, well, it has been a bit more than 4 hours for me. So, I think it's about time I, called it an evening. Got some food. Thinking macaroni and cheese with some nice cut up hot dogs in it. Sounds pretty alright. In any case, thanks for sticking with me. Pip, you in particular, you led me on a fun little journey through my tools. I appreciate you. But I'm gonna call it a day. I'll be back Monday doing something. Probably. Alright. Goodbye.